we are back to Cauldron Chronicles. I'm excited. I gotta get everything moved back into place. Oh my god, we have stuff all over. Put that there. Let's put this back over here. Put this down here. Good enough. Oh. Not the marketplace. Okay, we will update Quicksil Bridge. Okay. Fine, we're not using it, but go ahead. Go ahead and update. What do you have to clean up after 32 megabytes? What do you have to clean up? Jesus. This Unreal Launcher, guys. Killing me. Okay, thank God. Let's go. I don't know where we left off. Did we have any... That's not relevant anymore. Where's our to-do? GDD. Ooh, yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Versioning. Oh, that would also be nice. I need to take like one day. I need to set up a bunch of stuff behind the scenes with both for Cauldron Chronicles, but also for our channel. Switching between stations. Yeah, we need to do that. Yes, please open up Interactable Proto. Okay, if I remember correctly, we wanted to have cameras, similar cameras, but on each of these 3 stations. I don't know how we want to design this. This cupboard. Because, you know, we're trying to do things in a way that is immersive. And of course we can just have it open up a list of all of the ingredients you have, right? I just don't think that that's very... I just don't think it's very interesting. It's not immersive, it would just be kind of annoying. But then again, we don't really have a situation where we can just, be in camera and look through each of these, right? Because that would also just be obnoxious. We need some interesting way to be switching between the ingredients on here. What about like a 3D menu? What about like, okay, let me get a screenshot of this. And I'll show you guys what I mean. I will pitch my idea and we will refine it. Or we'll test it and realize it sucks. One of the two. Okay, what if they were like, what if this was the inventory, right? Ideally. What if you clicked on like an ingredient category? What if there was like some, I don't know, little thing here with different, I don't know, like an animal part, a flower picture or something, and you could click on those and it would change the category of ingredients that you're looking for. Like a filter, right? And then it loaded up the jars on the shelf with the ingredients that you had. Of course, the ingredients might, there's a lot of them, right? There are an awful lot of ingredients on here. They might have different states. There's certainly going to be more than many are on this shelf. 28. So there needs to be a way to like switch page, like next page them to see the next bit of ingredients. And a way to maybe like sort it. I'm thinking we can do something similar to what we do with our ingredients, right? Which is you right click on them and it zooms in, right? And it shows you all this cool stuff. What if you could then be on this camera? You sort initially by like all ingredients, or you show all ingredients, or you show only, herbs, only mushrooms, whatever. And then you can right click on the jars and it's one of those like multi-storage jars or something. Let me see if I can find an image. Oh, fuck yeah. So it's something like, shit, I just saw it. Something like this, right? Where you can see like the regular ingredient and the different states of it. And my only worry with this is that we have some ingredients that are pretty large. How do you show like a mushroom in this tiny thing? You can't really. That would be one of my criticisms. I don't think my only one. But it's certainly more interesting than showing just a flat inventory screen. Because then why have this station at all? I don't know what we can do with it. Yeah, I'm not sure. But my thought was that we could put like we need to make this a part of the table, of course, eventually. Like a pillar or something here, right? That this would almost be like the sorting thing. So you would have the camera here, and then you could click on the sort options over here, like the filters. Or maybe, you know, like we have a show only types here, and then you can sort over here or something with some clicks. I mean, that's an option, right? You. Alt. Yeah, my thinking was that we could move this up just a little bit. Because, I mean, we can always just set it up like this and then cook it down into a blueprint. So something like that. We might be able to take and put some, like, 3D buttons on. Something of that nature, my thought. We almost need to think of what the pillars of this system are going to be. What are we trying to obtain from this? And I think that one of the things we're going for is for sure just immersion. That's the way that I see it, at least. Let's at least get the switching. Table. Gray state table. Table. We don't use table states anymore, right? No, we don't. I can actually repurpose. No, let me just make a new one. We'll delete this old one. Alchemy table station. there are 3 that we know of. There's alchemy, ingredients, and processing. Okay, let's add the variable. Alchemy station. Current alchemy station. That way we can keep track of which station the player's actually on. It would be nice if we had some inputs at least. For now we can just put it on an input, right, to maybe like Q and E. We don't really use those. Yeah, we can do it that way. We can do it that way. Let's do an input action for alchemy station left. I don't think we need to put anything in these, right? So then we'll duplicate that and call it alchemy station right. Station left, alchemy station right. Q, E, E. Now we need to set up the camera positions utilizing the same arrow technique, I think. Oh, we actually need to get this set up in here, though. We don't have any of the meshes in here. Okay, let's get the meshes in. Let's make these cubes, cuberonis. Let's do this. Let's name all of this, everything this, let's call the alchemy station. Let's make a new scene route. Not inside there, I want it to be part of here. Let's call this ingredient station. And we'll put cube 4 on that. Can I like reorder it? No. Sorry guys. I always have this problem after eating. Am I out of those? Might be. It tastes like mint. We got more. We're good. There's so much trash in here. Like bottles. I'm not dirty, I'm just forgetful. Okay. Ingredient station. Oh, like way to the floor. We can actually, I can do it this way, can't I? I can just see how it compares here. So I kind of like the length. That's what she said. Okay, it's pretty good. Width. Guess width is fine. Now we can make it a bit less girthy. Yeah, I'd like to push all of this down to a single blueprint, just so I can have all the meshes in one place. And then we can just pull in the child blueprint into things, but it depends on how we want to do this. It really depends. And we need some way, I think, to manage the players' like inventory. I mean, we can always just set it up in a way right now that, you know, it's pre-stocked with stuff, but eventually we'll want to actually manage this inventory in a way. Oh. Yeah. I wonder what camera position would be really good for this. Can I throw a camera in here just to see? I almost want it angled, I think, up a little bit. Maybe not 10%, but... maybe something like that? Might be a little hard to see, though, to see things. I mean, we'll probably move the ingredient thing over a bit, so it won't be like as in your face, or won't be, you know, so far to the left here. That might be the better way to do it. Something like that. Well, let's cook all this. Okay, how do we want to do this? Because if we have, let me organize these things real quick. Just do data, and I'm gonna throw. Okay, I don't know why. What? Why can't you save? Excuse me? Not a redirector here, is there? Why is it always bullshit? What? What? Why is there some broken ass macro library shit? I want to develop, and this is what I have to deal with. Fuck off. Really? Obnoxious. Thanks, Unreal. I want to cook one of these. We need to like break it down into smaller pieces, right? So if we have a shelf that we want to spawn these jars on, we need to be able to spawn these jars. Which means we need to make this jar blueprint. Right. It doesn't need to inherit from interactable. It just needs to be blueprint act BP ingredient jar. Cylinder. Because I don't think that the ingredients have that crazy of logic in them, right? Mostly just for its visuals. We don't care about anything else. And it stores the ID, right? Which we'll probably also have to have here. In fact, a lot of the... But I, theoretically... Could I just duplicate the ingredient, rename it, and change the cube to a cylinder? Well, that one has the ingredients have physics enabled, but we can just disable it. Let's do that. Let's delete the ingredient jar. Let me find this in browsed asset. Duplicate. And we'll call this ingredient jar. Move it here for a second. I can replace it. Just have to delete it. Cylinder. I don't know how big that is. Kind of a thin boy. That looks more correct. Okay, now we don't want this to be... Delete that. It's fine. We're just gonna have to make sure that we update any references to cube to be the cylinder. We don't need to do that. You don't need any of that tick. We don't have the widget root box. We have a tooltip. We probably will. I imagine we might. Technically, shouldn't this... Wait, we need the ingredient ID, right? Oh, we have it. I'm curious. I mean, that worked. Where's the tooltip located on this? How do we see that? So big. Why is this so big? Why is this? Excuse me? You're so massive. The fuck? Weird. I think we want to put it... Is that correct? Oh, we want to... Hold on. Wrong. I know it's not centered right now, it's fine, like... I'm very curious if we could technically click on it and... I don't know why the macro library fucked up like that. It's so weird. Go one at a time, I guess. Yeah, that one's compiling. 3 left. Damn it, not you. That really sucks. All these stupid errors. Roman. Get ingredients. Okay. I can't see it. Well, we can get it to work, it will spawn these on the shelf. They'll each have their own camera transform. In that same way, you can like zoom in, and we'll do, we'll do some effect there where you can choose which variant of the ingredient that you want, right? Oh. We need an ingredient shelf. We could do spawning based on some root position, and then we can do math based on that. What do we do? Especially if we combine ingredient variants into the same slot. Granted, the way we set up the data, wherever it is in our ingredients, we can trim and group. Do that. You almost need like a separate structure, like an ingredient jar structure with inside of the structure an array so like the jar doesn't store ingredient ID. The jar would store the structure, which would show the IDs. Right? Something of that nature. Let me think about that for a second. The structure. Well, then we could have the widget show Plenty of different things. Yes, the jar shouldn't store ingredient ID. The problem is we need to... We need to set up the widget in some way. Yeah, because what do we show right now in the ingredients? Show the name. And the state. I don't know, it disappears when you right click. Not a big deal though. Not a big deal. Let me munch on some pretzels while I determine. Pretzels always help me think. Oops, I dropped one. Getting a little stale too. I hate stale pretzels. Let's not worry about the tooltip for now. Or the data. Let's just get this, let's get it spawning. Even if the idea is dumb, I want to see it in practice first. Because I know that the math too behind this is going to be really fun. Granted, we could just grab and cook these down into a blueprint. Maybe we'll do that. How do I do that? How do I do that? Can I not? Can I only do it with like one at a time? How do I do that? Okay, we'll make a fresh one. Fresh one incoming. BP. Ingredient shelf. I'm gonna build it on my other screen. And that way we can compare it to what we have here. Okay, let's add a cube. There we go. I don't care about thickness right now, really. I don't think it really matters. Okay, last pretzels. Then I can stop bothering you guys with the sounds. Last ones. It looks good. Let's duplicate this one actually again. I can't see it. Wait, how did we get turned around? Weird. Actually, hold on. We need to set up the shelf. Specifically, what was like, I don't know how many shelves we can fit on this. 1, 2, how many rows? Like 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, let's delete that one for now. That one. Delete this one for now. So I want to add a scene route. Shell for route. And then how do we want to do this? It would be... I mean, obviously we need another point. We need another like scene route on here. And this is going to be the jar spawn point. Let's use the construction script to can I attach? I think I can attach something to attach actor to component. And I've done something like this before. Clear get all probably like delete, remove all of the child components. Or am I trying to use this in a way that it shouldn't be used? It's attached. Called something like children. It's more like you can look for it. The scene component we're attached to. The thing is, if I use like spawn actor, right? Spawn actor from class. Where did I do this on a previous? Shit, what am I doing? What am I thinking of? I've done this before, and now I can't remember how I did it. Essentially spawning actors here, because I don't want... We don't need multiple spawn points. We just need specific spawn points on the shelf to tell it where to start, where to begin spawning things. That's really our core goal here. Add child actor component. We don't tell it what actor to use here. I could look this up. I know there's a way to do it. I can't remember what it is. Spawn. That's spawnable, no. Or granted, I think maybe it just doesn't want us to put it in the construction script. We could always put it in a function, right? Okay, we could just do this. I'm not really finding anything that tells me. But we can get the transform. Get world location. And we'll just throw in, I guess, just some, default. Jesus. Because we just want to do this to test. I really wish I could see what blueprints I used for my old project. I mean, we could return the value of the jar, right? The new jar to put in. Granted, we would never do this during the construction script anyway, so we could always just put it on event begin play, right? If we wanted to test out how this works. Not a huge deal. But I really wish I could see what I did, because whatever logic I used for that, back on a smaller game we were working on, logic was good. Logic was nice. It's pretty sexy. Oh yeah, The root is kind of shit with that, isn't it? Like in the ground. I think that'd be better. Well, now it's like floating. I can't tell if this is on above. It can be in the ground a little bit. Okay, so we need to pull that transform. Actually, can I just do a simulate? No, simulate won't let me change. What I mean, it'd be great if we could just have it in a construction script and we can kind of monitor it. Better. Pretty big fucking shelf. For loop, let's do it this way. For loop, let's spawn, let's try doing, or 8 of them. I have no idea if we need to move it along the X, Y, or Z. Let's just start with one of them. Let's start with the X. Let's try seeing if it's the X. I always forget this shit, to be honest. That's the wrong way. Okay, that's the right way, but it's not far enough. That's too much. That's better. Could probably fit one more as well. Granted, I'd probably just widen it and try to do 10. At least let's try putting 9 on there. Yeah, looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. And we'd like to have it so that maximum image. We should be able to duplicate. Okay, this is shell 4 jar spawn. Shell 4. Well, let's just shell 4 mesh. And we need to duplicate this. Oh, it's shelf 3. Oh, it didn't duplicate with its children. I need you. Get out of your windows. Okay, but I can't forget to. I need to do that though after this stream. I need to update. I have to update OBS. I have to update Windows. Oh my god, I have so much to do. Good enough. I think it's too thick. We could squish it all in just a little bit more. Okay, I'm gonna spawn them up there, but I can kind of get a rough view of how tall it is. Yeah. The spawn's so high on that. Okay, I think that thickness is a bit better. It makes more sense to me. Yeah, that looks a bit better. And then we can probably fit. We can for sure fit 4. We might be able to fit 5 on there. We'll see. But we can duplicate and move that up now. Might work. Duplicate. is the root so high? It doesn't really matter. Oh god, I don't know how much distance there is here. What can we use to test that? Give me a sec. Let's check the distance between the meshes here. Don't really tell me. What's the distance between roots? 129, 187.9, so it's like 60? 60 units? Wait, that's the wrong one. That's at 0. Let's just eyeball it. Who cares? I mean, that looks about damn equal, doesn't it? As long as the roots are fine, we are fine. So, whoa. Okay. Why did it? Actually, I don't know if we can fit one more on that. It's already pretty high. It would be pretty hard for the camera to get up there, so we'll just put the roof on it. We'll call it good. We'll try to make that equals. That's pretty good. I think that's fair. Just make sure all the spawn roots are good. 4, 1, 2. That looks good. You could actually do another for loop. 3. Select. We'll do this. 4, 3, 2, 1. That should spawn all 4 rolls. Spawn all 4 rows. I basically just said every single word of that sentence incorrectly. Embarrassing. That looks pretty good, actually. I mean, ignoring the arrows. That's pretty decent. The issue is that we don't really have knowledge of them. Okay, the roots are good. We need to actually determine how to attach these, because then we need to be able to clear those children. But I'm still trying to figure that out. Attach actor to component. Do this real quick. Just the top row. Technically it's a component, right? Like, we're spawning an actor. But I don't think that I can, like, get all components. We could always store an array of actors that are attached or spawned, and then we could just destroy them all. That seems like not the best way, though. Like, we can get it's children components. What if I just want to spawn them, like, delay 5 seconds and then delete. I just want to see if it works, right? We're gonna spawn them all. Delay 5 seconds. And then we're going to move from attach parent, remove component, didn't spawn them. Why? Attach component to component. Maybe we don't want to attach component to component. We want to attach actor to attaching. Oh, attach component to component. Attach actor to component. Oh, they're all the way over there. Way over there. Hello? They're not destroying. Okay. Fixes that. Destroy. I mean, I can destroy them individually. Like, instead of destroy component, I can just. It's children. But let me for each these. Let me print these, because I don't know if it's actually attaching these in the same way. So at least let me do that. I don't think we need to get children descendants. I don't think we need to, actually. That's the thing. And this should just show me this should just give me the jars. Well, they're attached to the right socket. Like that aspect is working, but we can't seem to destroy them. Unregister and mark for pending kill a component. This may not be used to destroy a component that is owned by an actor, unless the owning actor is calling the function. We could always just send. I'm really curious. So if we tell it, let me play in viewport, because I should be able to see the jars here, right? Right. Now, if I tell them to destroy, I don't think. Well, we know that they don't do it. Yeah, they're not getting destroyed. Maybe I can. Get owner. I can just, if I get owner, I can probably just destroy self, right? Destroy actor. And this should automatically unregister from the component, I assume. Why did that only delete some of them? That's so weird. Didn't show them either. It's probably because the array of children components is being updated in real time, and it's having issues cycling through them if certain ones are pending kill. That's what I imagine, at least. Ow. Means we would just we would store the we would I don't know. So it's just so weird that it doesn't destroy all of them. I don't really know why. I have a theory. I mean, it's for sure getting all of them. Isn't it? Yeah, it's for sure getting them all. Kind of weird. Weird behavior. Children to kill. Very lovely variable name to have. Children to kill. And I'm gonna set the array and use that array to determine. Yep, theory proven correct. Okay, so we can spawn actors. We can destroy those actors. This is good stuff. The idea is that the player will have like their inventory, right? And we will, for each loop through that, and we'll get the base ingredient. We'll build the jar. We'll tell it which states of ingredients to store. That's the way I see it, and since we know how many are in a row, right, which is 9 currently, we can we can divide it by index. So if the index that we for each loop through, which will have to be the number of spawned jars, not the number of ingredients, we can determine which row we need to place it on. And if we reach a certain point, we'll have to break that for each loop, because it will have filled all rows, all 36 jars essentially. And there will have to be a second page that the player can navigate to. Shit, I left my half stale pretzel bag open. And how the player switches pages is not really that important. Yeah, I think we need 2 structures made here. We almost need like a ingredient jar structure, which includes an array of we can utilize 2 things here. We can have like a we can have a structure with just ingredient ID and number, right? And that we can use that in the player's inventory as well. But we can also use that for the jar. So we can just make an array of this structure with ID and number, and we can keep adding those states. And that way it's very flexible for the number of ingredient states that we have. And we can add a new state to an ingredient, and it won't have any impact on this. It won't error out or anything. Let me, however, delete all of this crap here. I don't think I've selected anything I don't want to delete. Okay. And we will move the shelf. We need to add the shelf to the alchemy table. Ingredient station. Cutsbird, our first sub. I don't even have an alert up for it. Okay, I think I have a visual alert, but I don't have even a sound alert. You are the very first subscriber to... Look, you have a first. Founder. You are a founder. First 1 month subscriber. That's awesome. Oh, I think I can VIP you too. Dude, we're gonna give you everything. Okay, VIP. At see if it works. Yeah, Prime is really good price, and you get a sub for free. One sub point. I have this thing called sub points. I don't know what I do with them. I don't know anything. We'll figure it out. One day at a time. You subbed even before my mom has subbed. Yeah, no worries. My mom's not gonna be happy about that. I wanted to be the first one. Who is this Katzberg? Child actor. You know, honestly, it'd be a lot easier if the ingredient shelf was not a child actor, but I don't care. I might care. I might eventually care. For now, I don't care though. I think that's pretty decent. Obviously, it doesn't look very pretty, but as a prototype, it doesn't need to be. Let's see if that will fill up like we intended to. Perfect. We could move it closer too. We don't really need this staging area that much. For the shelf, you know, bit, the shelf station. What is this arrow one? This is the Cauldron camera arrow. Is this still a viable spot for this? That should be okay. Let's get the transfer. How do we want to do this? Do we want to do... Sorry guys, I had to check something. All this affiliate stuff is overwhelming. I'm just kidding, I was playing RuneScape. Gotcha. Gotcha. Somebody's got to empty the sack of the pay dirt. Okay, somebody has to do it. Let's put up another arrow for the ingredient shelf camera arrow. Oh, we do want that. I don't know exactly where this is. Wait, I can just do that. Okay, give me a sec. We'll do it this way, and it will be pretty decent. The root is at the end here. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty on point. Okay, input action. Switch to Cauldron cam. Camera switching. Alchemy camera state. We have to like refactor this not into alchemy camera state, but like now we need to know which. And switch cam. Is alchemy zoom. I mean, we can rename some of this. And it should be fine. Because they're completely separate input actions to go to the ingredient. And I think we want those to override the zooms, right? Because you could be zoomed in an ingredient, or on the cauldron you could say, oh wait, I need this ingredient too. And I want you to be able to freely switch without having to go back to the normal view and then switch. However, I think it should default you to like the normal camera state when you switch from station to station. It kind of always resets your station view. That's the way I see it working. Yeah. Okay. Input action. Alchemy station left. That's not it. Events. Alchemy station right. Events. I mean, can we test? can enum to string, but I want to... If we're switching between them, we need to go kind of, you know... We need a number. We get the bit. Or the byte, I'm sorry. We can make a literal byte. I'm just really curious what that is. Or I mean, I know what it is. I just want to see if it works. 0, 0, 0. Cool. So if we switch this to ingredients, it should be 1, right? Yes. Awesome. Now can we can't really increment or decrement this, right? I mean, we can do math with it, so is there a way for us to like update the state based on the byte? Can we? Byte, I guess that works. Well, hold on, if we set by ref there, so left is, you know, subtracting 1. But only if it's greater than 0. We could actually, we do need a branch on this one, or we should be branching. So if it's greater than 0, we actually can go left even more. So set by ref var there. Otherwise, don't do anything because we're at 0. And we kind of want similar logic here, but we want to test if it's less than 2. That should update it. However, I don't like on triggered. I would rather have it just be a one shot. And I think that's on deleted. I think it'll only fire once then. So I want it to be when you release the button. And then after this, I'm going to print the name. And we'll just do it after each one. That way we can test. Should work. Yeah, we can't press them now. Well, let me ingredients. It's not incrementing. Oh. Well, it wasn't fucking decrementing either. It's not setting by ref var for that. Maybe because they're not actually being bit masked. How do I increment and decrement an enum? Or should they be bit masked? Table, trace detail station. Bitmask flags. Maybe now it'll work. No. Maybe let me print the number, because maybe the number is changing. Oh, the number's not even changing. Probably because we didn't set the target to this. So let me set the target. That works. Okay, problem solved. So we have the switching logic working, or at least the basic switching logic, I should say, because this is not at all the final switching logic. God, the weather is so shit this week. It's just like, it's depressing, you know? Like when weather's bad for so long. You know, because if it was just raining, that'd be cool. I wouldn't mind it. But only if there was like some break once in a while. But it's just like, it's a whole week of rainy, cold shit. Even snow would be better, you know, it's at least like snow is kind of cool. Hold on, emptying my sack. It's not the first time I've said that. All right, sack emptied. Dark Souls. Sack emptied. feel like we could use the camera switching. I feel like we could use this, right? Or should we just like keep this switch camera for we almost need to rename this instead of like alchemy camera state, the alchemy station camera state. Let's rename it to that. Let's do alchemy station camera state. And this event is from BPI, so we could get the BPI. I feel like we could reuse a lot of this stuff though. I feel like we needn't be so harsh on some of these events. Return cam to normal. It's not even being used? Huh? What? Okay, we can determine which it is. Now we need to essentially switch camera, but I have this. We have a camera graph with camera switching here. I feel like we should first do. I feel like we should do 2 inputs on this BPI. Event switch alchemy station. We should first determine the station. Should almost make it a function, shouldn't we? We could push it all to a function. But let's set up the logic first. Let's do a switch on alchemy table station. And this is alchemy. And then new state. Time to fill the sack. Dude, this is great. We're getting so much AFK mining XP from here. While we're working. You guys can't see it, but we just hit 78 mining. We've made almost 1 mil. That's a lot for mining. That's one of the slowest skills in OSRS. Oh, but with the 16 times a multiplier, we're getting about 1,000 XP per painter. Once we hit 85, we'll start getting runite. And we're gonna just make, I guess, a whole bunch of plate bodies and take them to Giant's Foundry for the XP. This is where more. That's what he said. I think we essentially just want to do this exact same thing. Hey, cameras. Cameras stay. Oh, it's okay. It's enum. I just want to name this Alchemy Station. The reason I don't want to put all the stations in one enum is because I feel like it would just get really messy. Even though it's twice as many enums as we would need, it at least is a separation that I think... What? Didn't I name it? Alchemy Station. Refresh the node, please. Really weird. Alchemy cameras. Alchemy. But I renamed you.
Hey everyone!
Hi, shut up. I'm sorry, that was mean. I just want your music. I just need it. Playlist. Guys, put it in a playlist. Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. It might be my normal state of being, but it won't be today. This shouldn't be called Alchemy Camera State anymore. I feel we renamed it Alchemy Station Camera State. Maybe we should close and reload. Maybe Unreal has a problem with updating that. Okay, it's updated. We're good. So now on ingredients, we kind of just, like I said, we want this exact same. Oh no, because we have. Oh, that is kind of dirty the way we do it, isn't it? I think we should just have different events. Switch alchemy station camera. Get rid of the station. Add switch alchemy table cameras. And this, or alchemy station. Switch station cameras. That will be better. Dot deal. We need to fix the naming of these things. Huh? Should be fine, just refresh. It's okay, you're not hurt. Not hurt, little functions, okay? Alchemy station. Time to empty our sack. Right when you least expect it. Switch alchemy station camera. Switch alchemy. Current station. Rename that too, okay. Now we should have a switch station. Add event. Switch station cameras. News station. Get current station. Make sure they are not equal. Is equal, not equal. Enum. If true. Which on alchemy station table, alchemy table station. Okay. I think we could pretty much do this quite simply. At least just start with, because eventually we're going to need to probably change input mapping contexts. But for now, all we want to do is change the camera itself reliably. Now we have a default original camera transform. I think instead what I want to do is oh yeah, we update that on runtime, don't we? I almost want to set that as another arrow. I think we should do that instead of just here. We take the duplicate starting camera arrow. I kind of want to change all the camera arrows as well to be some different color, just so we know what's what. Find references. Set. I don't think we need to do this anymore. We'll just get the world transform of the arrow. That can be removed. Here instead we'll do get world transform. What we can do now is if we switch to alchemy, our new station is alchemy, we should just be able to call this event. Switch alchemy station camera. To normal. Otherwise, switch. This is kind of like our parent, our base, right? And then we call our little kitty events from that. So we need a new event of switch ingredient station. Okay, switch ingredient station camera. Alchemy station camera state. We want ingredient station camera state normal and jar. That's at least the two that we know of right now. Loading up the sack. Alchemy station cameras. We want something, so we want ingredient station camera state. Ingredient station. Default normal. Oh, let's keep it consistent. Let's do new state. Yeah, looks good. Yeah, we'll do another check if it's not equal. Just keeps it safe, right? And on normal, we want to... We do all this correctly, right? Add mapping con. Here's the only issue, like, is this. I kind of noticed now, we might have to refactor some of this, because I think we'll want the tick gate to be open as long as the player's at the table. The thing is, we close the tick gate, kind of forget why. When we switch to ingredient camera, we'll have to open the tick gate. I think we will have to run these anytime the player switches the camera state. right? Because we need to make sure that the player has access to the tick trace. Alchemy station camera. Could we reuse that? Do you think? Do we think we could reuse the last camera? No, because it's a specific enum, not generic. I'm just really wondering if it's smart to break all this up, or if we should have everything in that enum. Essentially, you have a big list like alchemy station, normal alchemy station, ingredient, alchemy station, cauldron, ingredient station, cabinet, ingredient, or ingredient station, normal, ingredient station, jar. The thing is, that's a huge amount of switches that we would have to do if we do it that way. I just feel like I'm making a huge amount of tech debt right now. This doesn't feel like what I should be doing. Doesn't feel right, but we're gonna go ahead with it. Yeah, I forget we do the cauldron as a child widget, or a child component. I think a lot of our logic will work then, the same way. Theoretically, that should work. What is this update widget interaction actually do? Oh yeah, it updates the distance. Can we figure out that doesn't really do much? I kind of forget. We can switch to that. Thing is, this ordering is kind of wrong. If we have alchemy in the middle, it should be ingredients, alchemy, processing. Which is fine. Oh, yeah, because we're switching, but we're not updating. I was like, why is that not working? Because we do this, but we never actually. Where's that there? Don't be inside. Switch alchemy station camera. All function. Oh, not alchemy station camera. Need to switch station camera. Cameras? I don't like that I've named that with an S. Don't like that one bit. Sack filling time. Okay, sack filled. We did it good. Did it, Mom. I filled my sack. Switch station camera. It's weird. Huh. It's really weird. That is working, right? As far as I know, we didn't do anything to screw that up. Switch station camera. That is the right call, isn't it? All function class switch. Yeah, I mean it was being called. I don't know why I wasn't switching though. We know it's switching correctly. Why is this not working? This is the right switch station camera. Input of station using alchemy table station type. Yes. Kind of weird. Wait, it's. Oh, I know why, because we're doing this not equal, and I actually don't think we need to do that. Not in this case. Yeah, we don't need this. That's weird. Well, it should be firing. But it's again because we're doing this check. Why do we do this check here? Oh, why do we do this check? What is this what is this safeguard? What was this safeguarding? It was to prevent double shit occurring if the state that was being switched to was already the state that it. Because we may not want to run some of this twice in a row, right? Not that it would necessarily. That's right. about this one. There's a couple ways we can get around this. We could do like a check, like a Boolean check. Is switching station. And if true, then we can just go right past this shit. Is switching station. Now we want to do an and. So if they're different and is switching station, or no, we don't want to do an and. We want to do a separate branch. We want to do first this branch. If true, we just go right into it, right? Yeah, default we want it false. That really bugs me that it doesn't automatically update those. Switching station true, we just skip past that check and we go for it. We know it's okay. We want to run all that logic, and we need to do the same thing here. We don't have the camera for the other one, so that one's not working, but these two are working. Now they're not gonna work. They might still be switching regardless. Thing is, we're switching before. We need to make sure that we're actually in. Or we need to add that context every time we switch to a normal camera and remove it otherwise. We are creating a lot of tech debt. I smell a refactor being necessary at some point. Need a haircut this week too. Now we want the player to be able to switch regardless of where they are. That's what we talked about. So that aspect of it is fine. And it's because we remove that context. We almost need to separate it into a separate context that we don't ever remove from the player. It's like right now I think we remove alchemy table. There's a couple ways we can do it. We can either do it in the way that we remove some context, or we can check what camera state the player is in and refuse to do certain actions based on that. A little loud. I'm not sure which one is better for us. I'm really not sure. They both have positives and negatives here. We can either that pop filter really isn't doing much in its current location. Hold on, guys. Bit better. We want the player to be able to do the switching no matter what camera state they're in. Those always need to be active. Right now, they're all in one context. If we move alchemy, I think we'll handle it this way. IMC alchemy table camera switching. We'll remove station left and right here. And the player starts alchemy. We add alchemy table. I'm gonna add another mapping content of camera switching. Players should be able to do both. But we'll remove this. Will remove the. Oh yeah, we gotta. So there are bugs. We are creating bugs. Holy, we are creating bugs. Oh my god, there are so many. We've created a monster, guy. Oh no. Our camera switching logic right now is so horrendous. It's so bad. The bugs are insane. Which two ingredients means we need to set last alchemy station camera to normal. Set this to normal. It's so bad, you guys. Let me empty my sack again. We're getting a lot of gold nuggets, by the way. I think they're boosted. I think the drop rate of them is boosted. Because we're kind of getting an insane amount. We might be able to. I don't know how many nuggets we need for a full prospector set. We have 89 currently. Plus 180 for full. That's not too bad. That should at least help with that. We also need to close. We need to remove. Yeah, because right now the only way to get rid of that pop-up is to close it. On the alchemy HUD, right? To click B exit. We could trigger exit button. We could do that. Okay, hold on. Where do we call this? I know we call it somewhere else, right? Alchemy HUD ref. Trigger exit. Exactly what we need. Pressed Q and it didn't. You know why? Why? It's because we do it this way. We end alchemy. I think this needs to be refactored. Move widget. Yeah, because it's switching on station camera state. I mean, that's not at all optimal for what we need. And then it's physically telling what camera state to switch to. Should not be handling camera state switching in this blueprint. It is absolutely not the chain of command that we want here. That is not it. It's the exact same logic. So regardless, I do not want this occurring. We should be doing this switch. God, we built all this assuming there'd only be the alchemy. We also need to just refactor everything. We just need to go back. We haven't been doing a terrible job of separating things, but we haven't been doing it as well as we could. And now it's coming back to bite us in the ass here. How do we want this exit button to work? I'd rather have the logic held. Like when the player presses the exit button, I just kind of want to send an event to the alchemy table and have it handle it there. You need like a custom event. You need like an event that will handle exit button. Get the current station. Switch. This, I can already tell you this is not a good way to do it, but we're gonna fucking do it. That's such a dumb way, but okay, I don't know what else to do, okay? This is for the geniuses who can actually code to look at and say, why didn't you just do this thing? Well, you know why? Because I'm retarded, okay? That's why. I'm a designer, give me a spreadsheet, I'll make you, you know, something beautiful, but you want blueprints to look good. Well, I'm not sure that's the way either. No exit button. HUD, we have the HUD ref, right? Generic HUD ref. I want to add an event here to like alchemy end. Add event lapse widget. Destroy widget. I don't know why we do. If we have the reference, why don't we just call it directly from there, right? I don't understand why we would do it this way. With these events. Oops. I feel better now. Granted, it would be kind of easier, right? I kind of take it back. I need a custom event. Lapse vidget. Destroy. Do that. Do that. Don't do this. And then we'll refactor some of this shit. That's the plan. Empty sack first. I'm mining really fast. I feel like I'm mining faster on this league for some reason. than the regular game at Motherlode Mine. I really don't get it. Maybe I'm just thinking incorrectly? Or while I'm cooking my brain over in Unreal here, it's just time is flying by. But something feels faster. I only have a rune pickaxe too. I don't fucking know what it is. Alright, let's get this cleaned up. Okay, on normal we can destroy widget, right? If we are in normal mode, destroy the widget. And then end alchemy. Or we just include this as part of end alchemy. Probably would be smarter. I forget where were we working in? It was camera graph. I forget which graph we were just in. Hold on, let me close some of this. Don't need this. Don't need that. Don't need that. Input? Was it input? It wasn't input. Here it is. The event graph. Okay, so we can just put end alchemy here. Okay, now if the exit button is pressed, we can just hide the widget, right? But it's the whole HUD. Oh yeah, because it's just collapsing the ingredient panel. It's fine. In Cauldron. It would be the same thing here. Just that fucking ruins it. I'm getting so deep into this shit. Handle exit button. Station left, switch station. Oh, yeah, because we need to refactor when trigger exit button is being used. I think we just need to set this to happen before. And not working. We almost really got like so deep into this. I think we actually that's we have we have a lot of refactoring. Not happy with how we handle some of this stuff and the state of the camera when we have multiple. It works when we only have the one station, and it worked really well. But now that we have multiple stations, and each of them have their own states, we now have this branching web of camera states. Yeah, and I'm not liking how we're putting Band-Aid on a Band-Aid. Really just it's gonna lead to so much spaghetti function. It will very easily get lost, you know? Yeah. Gradient station. Why is it ending alchemy though? The ending. And no exit. I know why. Yeah, and we're not handling the cameras. Because Like, there's nothing wrong with making them multiple objects. I mean, technically, some parts of it are. The thing is, we have all of the trace, the trace on event tick logic happening. And I think that aspect of it will still work fine. It's just the camera switching and the logic behind the camera that just needs completely refactor. And I'm trying to avoid doing it, but by avoiding doing it, I'm just screwing up. No, I get what you mean. It's specifically that we had this, you know, if I can paintify my thoughts here. We have Alchemy Station, right? And it has main camera, and it has a few points where camera can focus on, essentially. That works no problem. Adding in second station with second camera out. Now, I can switch to these camera. Actually, there's also a third station. I mean, I can put it up there, but we haven't really made that part yet. And that's going to have its camera too. Now, I can switch between these three cameras. No problem. The issue comes when we want to switch from like one of these cameras over to this camera. And now I have a logic that was specifically made for coming from this camera to this camera. But I don't want that to trigger when I come here, except some of it needs to trigger in order for this to work properly. And instead of just fixing all of this, essentially just deleting some of this logic and just remaking it. I'm trying to put band-aid fixes on this. This, moving between these three is super easy. Very, very easy. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is just move it into a. I have so much of it in an event graph, and it's getting so spaghettified. And I need to break it up into smaller bits, and then just trigger the bits that I want when moving from one camera to another. Yeah, maybe. Right now, like the base camera movement, I believe is working as intended. No, because of this stupid bullshit. You know, it's like this is working just fine. And even to some extent this was, except for that I was trying to fix this issue. It was like all of the issues were compounding because it was never made to switch between multiple base cameras. It was made specifically to switch between the cameras on that one station. But now that I have these other stations, it doesn't work. So I just need to I need to back up. You know, I have some of the base camera switching logic working fine, but I need to rethink a lot of this from the ground up. Yeah. Let me try to get it back to the way it was. Yeah, we need to get version control set up. Because that way I could get things back to the way that it was. I might do some of that shit tomorrow. Get version control set up. Well, let's use a little bit of the time left for today. We won't try to make anything, we'll just try to get things into a semi-working state so that tomorrow we can come in and we can just gut the logic we don't need. I can always look at the VODs to see, you know, what I had and where. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. It's good to know that we need to completely overhaul this camera logic. And we just need to think about the logic instead of trying to do things one at a time. It ain't working. Yeah, this works fine. How about my switch station camera? The biggest issue arises that we have, it really starts kind of with this shit. I need to like flowchart this. That might be the best for me. Me station switching. Yeah, because these were never meant to consider states being switched between stations. When we pump a new state into them, technically it should do nothing, because if the previous state was general, we won't switch to general, and we created that logic to prevent some logic from being run in duplication. If you spam a certain camera state, we don't want to have to run some of this logic multiple times in a row. We only want to run it once, and if you're already in that camera state, we don't want to do it again. I mean, that makes sense. The problem is when we switch from station A to station B, we need to switch camera and we need to enable some things. And technically this solves it. You have just so many random shit going. Yeah, and it's really like a lot of this, it's just this exit button had logic that shouldn't be here. But it was functional before, now it's not functional. Let's see, let's do... We have like alchemy... Alchemy table camera. And that can be one of three things. It can be ingredient, cabinet, alchemy station. We're just calling this ingredient station processing. Oops. And processing station. Ingredient station has default and jar. Alchemy station has default, ingredient, and autocomplete. Get rid of autocomplete. Where is it? Editing. No. Autocompletion. Fuck you. Get out of here. And Cauldron. Sorry. Don't I'm seasoned so much today. Processing station we don't know yet, but it doesn't matter. We should be able to create flexible enough logic that it can handle whatever we throw at it. And it isn't right now. Goals are player can switch table camera from any other camera. This means that when switching to a new table camera, we always go to default. To its default view. Like, it sounds simple. I think it's just because we created the logic in a very rigid way that, while it still worked, made it completely inflexible. Which is the definition of needing to be refactored. Like, I mean, this to me just screams, we don't care what camera state we're in. When I tell you to switch, you switch. Simple as that. And when you go back, you always choose the default view. We need some logic that always runs when you switch table camera to close certain widgets that we don't want to be open. Like reset the HUD. We still want the exit button there, of course, but we don't need any of the extra fluff. And that's it. Like, that's all that this should do when exit button is triggered. There should really only be two options, which we have: either collapse the widget or anything that we have there, or destroy the widget itself. Remove it from the viewport. And that's theoretically what this handle exit button should do. Why was this? And switch ingredients. Like, these are fine because these are contained within the specific station. While we're at that station, the camera logic was working just fine. And I think even if we go into it now, well, I broke it now, so now it's not functioning. Breaking everything. Fuck it all today. Fuck you. Because I was moving this to here. Handle, exit button, alchemy. Yeah, because we had the camera switching logic in Alchemy HUD, didn't we? Switch Alchemy station camera. The normal. Okay, that's back to working order, as we wanted. Yeah, we're just gonna refactor all this shit. I mean, it may not take as long as I'm fearing. I think our logic of switching the camera while, looking at it again, while the camera is in the alchemy station, our original station, right, with the cauldron and everything, the logic seems to be functioning fine. And I don't think that is specifically causing the issue. It's mostly an issue with how we handle the switches between each camera, because we assumed that if the player is in the cauldron, the only cameras they can go to from there are the ingredient or back to default, but they aren't. They're ingredient, default, and then the defaults of the two other stations. So that's why we have the logic for switching station, and we need to take advantage of it. So we've built in the functionality into these camera switching functions. Are you switching station? And if true, we need to make sure that we do certain things on it. Which is probably some function to clear the HUD. Yeah, but we already have that. I mean, that's part of what, like, collapse widget. I mean, why is it not collapsing widget, for instance? Handle exit button. A really bad way to name it. Press Q. Yeah, this is kind of a bad way to handle this. Run through it exactly. Okay, this I know works fine. Switch station camera. New station ingredients. Normal is switching state. It really should go here. I mean, we make sure that the tick gate and widget interaction is fine. This part is active. We don't run anything else. Run the tick gate, that's fine. Tick gate, cool. That's fine. It really needs to go here. Reset HUD. Technically a bad name for it. Fix that. Collapse info panel. That's better. Oops, remove that, please. That doesn't look collapsed to me, you bitch. What in that? Oh, because I didn't hook it up. Hold on. Yeah, just leave it there. Fine. We can do the same here too, just because we might have it. Or we can close anything we want between stations by throwing it in the reset HUD. You know, we just need to collapse or destroy it. The other issue we have is with the ingredient. Normally, when we switch cameras from ingredient to normal, we toggle visibility of ingredient. How does this function? Technically, we could just run it like that. This is what I mean, though, like... Which ingredient station? Would put it here. Just feels wrong to put it down here. It's not. This ingredient hovered. We just. We only need to do that if we're removing ingredients. Technically, we can skip all this otherwise. A little bit of spaghetti there. Should be fine. Yeah, only that aspect is not working. The player's input. Probably because we're not triggering end alchemy? No, we are triggering end alchemy. And is it working from... It's weird. We disable... But if we disable input, we can't use BP interactable, right? Hold on, what happens if we do that? Do we... That bug always been there? Our E is removed. Why is that being removed? Move alchemy table mapping. Add default. Huh? Excuse me? For some reason it's moving interact. It's really weird. That wasn't fucking up before, was it? I know why. I know why. Because we add these two contexts, we need to remove this second one. They both use E. That's it. That's the issue. Yeah. Okay, I think that's pretty good. I don't want to get too deep into this today just because we need to be really careful. I don't want to make negative progress. I don't want to go backwards with this. Granted, you know, we are iterating on this and we are going to realize that upon iteration, we didn't create something as flexible as we needed to for this new idea. That's pretty normal in this stage. That's not like something we did incorrectly. That happens all the time throughout development. That's what we call a known unknown. We understand we're going to have to iterate and refactor. We just don't always know how to do it or how long it'll take. As I picked up from somebody, everything that you do in game dev will create tech debt. You just don't cash in on that. You don't understand how much it is or whether or not you're going to have to face it until you hit a certain point. We've hit that certain point. We realize that we need to do some changes. But even if we needed to delete large sections of this and remake it, we wouldn't be starting over completely. We can always just copy certain sections that we know aren't causing an issue, or look back on our VODs and see what we did to accomplish something. We need to take it slowly, we need to do it correctly. We need to make sure it's functioning, and when we eventually hand it off to an actually experienced programmer, we can show them what it's supposed to do, what it's supposed to accomplish, and a document hopefully explaining it in a way that makes sense. Yeah. Oh, what a day. What a day. We have a lot to do. But at least we have certain aspects of this set up, and we can kind of slowly start to work on it. Once we have the camera switching properly taken care of, I believe that our tick trace should be functioning as intended. We can do a debug just to see. I don't really have anything showing up here for it to tick on. Let's draw it persistent. Because I want to see if it's just actually, poking out from there. Okay, so it is absolutely not poking out directly from there. Ooh. And we're facing that. And it's probably something to do with the way that the camera is being pointed. We'll have to figure it out. The good thing is, we generally have this set up pretty well, but we changed the camera location. I don't know why. Going bonkers. Oh, we'll see, I guess. We'll see tomorrow when we start to dive deeper into this and try to make this this cabinet work. The good thing is I'm pretty confident that if we can get this cabinet to work, also we don't need this camera anymore. If we get this camera to work here, we can pretty much duplicate a lot of the same stuff we're doing for this table as well. And it should just kind of function without too much issue. Hopefully, knock on wood, right? But either way, guys, I gotta get going. Hopefully it's not raining. I have to do a little bit of shopping, but we'll see. Thank you so much for coming out today. Thank you so much for the follows, and our first sub goes to another member of Microraptor Games. But that is wonderful. We can finally get subs. I'm gonna start to work on building out our channel here. We have a lot of art to make. We have things to name, and I don't know. I don't even know. I have to take it one bit at a time, and I don't know, get a list of everything we need. So be patient. Our goal is to try to have it all sorted out, I guess, by the end of the year, something like that. Hopefully sooner, but you never know. Either way, guys, take care. I will see you guys tomorrow. Same time, same usual time for Cauldron Chronicles development.